got a shot. Mic test 1 2 3 1 2.
Mic test 1 2. Glad I'm. Mic test 1. I vote. Well, that looked good. Yeah, remember her from last. Hi, folks, and welcome here to Hornet Studios. I'm Caleb Rose, joined alongside by my co-host Austin Coash for tonight's Friday night basketball matchup between the Goddard Lions and your Valley Center Hornets. And first, we'll see the women's team take on the Lions. They are coming off a tough loss from Salina Central, and that was a really tough game for them. That was just a better basketball team. You can plan for that. You can game plan all the time and go to extreme measures, but that's just a better basketball team. They are very skilled, and they obviously knew how to run a basketball floor, as it showed the other night. That was a tough loss before Christmas break, but they're looking to start something here after Christmas break. After Christmas break, streaks can really get hot and lead them into a good part of the season here. What did you see from that game, Austin? What do they need to keep up here tonight, but also what do they need to improve on?
Yeah, they definitely keep up shots. One thing I like on top of that Salina Central game was put the ball on the floor, make it a couple of triples, get things moved on the opposite. That's a lot so far. We're saying it because it worked. Here are the starting lineup.
Starting off here for the Goddard Lions is number 11, Brooke Sullivan. She's a junior, but started here for Goddard as a freshman as well. And first up for the Hornets, number 3, Riley Ranzow, a senior this year and quite a passer. We've seen her shot kind of take off this year, and I'm interested to see how she'll do tonight against such a good Goddard team. Up will be Shay Thang, and the Thang family has done a lot for this Goddard basketball team. And we'll see another one take the starting lineup. Next up for the Hornets, really good defender. That's number 4, Kylie Dawson, a senior as well. And here's a star player for the Lions, number 33, Cade Hackerott. And here's a sophomore. That's number 10, Hallie Britton. Saw some minutes last year as a freshman, but is starting here tonight as she has the rest of the season. Next up here, number 34, Anani Hez. And fourth on this lineup is number 14, Abby Wolf, a senior, and we saw her hit a couple threes in that Kingman tournament, and her shot is taken off. And rounding off this lineup for Goddard, number 42, Madison Schroeder. Rounding off this lineup in the post, we haven't seen her in 2 games. That's Cassie Kinnenberg. And so, key players to watch here for the Lions. What do you got, Austin?
Well, you talked about the star player, Kate Hackrott, going to college to play basketball, very good ball player, and the Hornets are going to have to control her inside the paint. She gets most of her points on short jumpers or inside moves in the paint. She's very good for work the inside. Kinnenberg being back, I would expect them to have Kinnenberg guard her. I'd expect that to be a good big matchup tonight. One thing that we haven't seen a lot of this season, especially Kinnenberg's been out the last 2 games, is getting the ball inside the post for the Hornets. They struggled with it in the first 2 games. It's going to be a big deal tonight. Kind of get Cassie hit the rhythm of the game again. You know, she hasn't had the scoring outings she's had in the past, and it's going to be good to build her confidence. And another one on the Hornets, number 4, Abby Wolf, know how to knock down threes. It's going to be on the arc. And the Lions, that a good matchup. Lost pretty badly, but I know my coming off freshman, and she's been really excited with the way the team has practiced. That was Kylie Dawson early for her, and she'll be going in the line and 1.
Dawson will hit the free throw, take advantage of the three-point play, and that's one of those things that she's really worked on this season. Being such an aggressive player, she tends to get fouled quite often, so she has to be pretty exceptional at the free throw line, and she's definitely done that this year.
That was an air ball for Sullivan. This game, guard, but has to be a lot of talk about both side that they kind of struggled with. So just started this one. That was called travel.
Well, that was kind of a possession trying to set up their offensive scheme, and it didn't work out there as it ended up in a travel from Abby Wolf. But in this possession here, they're going to have to get an offensive setup, an offensive presence in order to stay throughout this game.
Ball around the arc, trying to find side. Stop fight. There they get it to her, left-handed around the arc shot. So Hornet, a big last year. I don't want to think they need this or anything, but it'll be a great Goddard, 12 player card, light half court press from the far top side. Oh, looks like travel side, but Hackerot gets her first points of the game and ties the ball game up. Cut by Britt. Ball cross was hands out, no good on the layup. Hackerot. And also a fact Goddard's win over the Hornets last year. Knocked down the jumper, have to stop her along with the other players. Goddard, Hindenburg, no good on the free throw jumper.
Talked about in last game and in the pregame as well, the moving parts that the Hornets have kind of established in this offensive game. They're not seeing that this year or this game so far. They haven't had many moving parts. It's kind of been taking jump.
Another bucket by Goddard Lions, 4 lead. Dawson, no good from 3. You also talked about Dawson's free throw. Also, her point shooting has really come alive this season. As last year wasn't much of a threat on the offensive end. This year, she's doing a great job for the Hornets.
Shot is in quite a bit. I saw in that Saturday game of the Kingman tournament, I believe she had 11 points in the third quarter, and that really electrified the offense and pushed them to a win. She was a big factor in that, and if she can keep up her offensive presence, then she'll really be a true both sides of the court type player.
And cross-court pass hit Wolf in the face. While you were talking, Caleb, Ali Coash for 5, freshman coming in for the and for 11, it's Meyer. Brooke Sullivan drives in, gets to go with the right hand, and she'll be going to the line, shooting 1.
Shot, and it's through. So she'll take advantage of the three-point play. And one person that you didn't talk about but has really made an impact on this Goddard Lions team, as I talked about, Brooke Sullivan has started since he was a freshman. And this being such a good Goddard team, it really shows it's really a high praise to start for a freshman. Definitely an aggressive player, but knows how to do just about everything on the court. Definitely a player to watch here for Goddard on the side.
Boas drives baseline, tries to get it to Wolf, and then looked like it was off from our angle, Caleb. They're going to call it off of Abby Wolf, and it'll be Goddard's ball. Over to Nunez. Gets it inside to Hackerot. No good off the jumper. Meyer couldn't handle the rebound, but Coash come up with it. Coash pushing the floor for the Hornets. Get it to Abby Wolf. High arc shot off the mark. Rebounded by Nunez. Here comes the Lions the other way. Sullivan thought about the 3. Drives in. Crafty move to the bucket. And as the Lions will take a 14-5 lead, Coach Freeheim and the Hornets need to talk things over. We'll be back after a short break.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 3:06 remains here in this first quarter. 14-5 is your score. The Hornets going on a good run early in this first quarter, but have let the lead go. We've seen a 12-0 run, I believe, over past 3 minutes. It's this Lions team.
So after that timeout, number 20, Olivia Needens, okay, she's been taking the place of Hindenburg side. She's also kind of a perimeter player. A little bit more of that tonight. It looks like Hornets sticking with their 4-out 1-in offense. Here's Ranzow, no good off 3. Number 12, Clark, going to rebound it. The Lion. Hackerot from the point. Sticking with this zone defense here with 50 left in this. A lot of passing, not a lot of dribbling.
I think Goddard has seen over the past couple of years that Brooke Sullivan, almost most of the time, can knock down the three-point shot. So I think that's their goal. They want to get her the ball so they can knock down a shot. More momentum in their favor.
West thought about go Meyer. That'll be a foul called Hindenburg Coax. As Hackerot got the steal. That'll be Hindenburg's first personal. The games of Hindenburg has had a little bit of foul trouble, even though the calls haven't totally agreeable calls, but been in foul trouble a couple times this year. Hornets don't want that for, especially since I think if she can get the ball a couple times or at least once every possession, it's happen. Just up top. Closeouts from Hornets. That's one thing on a zone defense. You have to be able to make a good closeout, not let them get past you and into the center. Because if the ball gets into the center of zone defense, good things are going to happen for the other team and not on the check. Dawson out heads Vince inside. Hackrot, no good on the layup. That Jay Bang. He'll pick up a foul under a minute to play in this period. Here comes the trying to find Hindenburg. He handles it, gets it inside, go up with it. She'll be fouled. No good on the shot. She'll be going to.
I like what the Hornets did there. They had a lot of off-ball movement, a pick and roll between that was Needens and Coash. Definitely having a lot of off-ball movement. Hindenburg thinks her first. I think that was track. That up and through. Gets her 4 points on the night and first points in quite a while.
One thing the Hornets can't let happen tonight, they have to stop Goddard's runs when they happen. And there was a point bucket right there from Clark. Hornets can't let the game get out of hand. They have to take front of. Hopefully they can do that with point shooting. And now the inside game that we're seeing this in this matchup with Hindenburg. So 10 seconds to go. Sullivan up top, gonna run a set play, try to get something for the first quarter in. Coash is gonna steal it. She's gonna have to put up a shot off the mark. And to end the first quarter, 16-9 our score. Hornets still in this, making this a ball game. We'll come back to the start of the second quarter.
We're back here at Hornets Studio. One quarter of play through, and your Hornets trail by 7 points. And I like what they've done on the offensive side, Austin. And they're definitely using Kinnenberg quite a bit more. She was disappointed with her first 2 games that she played, but she's been double teamed almost every time, and that was tough to play against. But I think Goddard had the confidence that one person could guard her, but it's clearly shown the opposite in that first quarter as she had 6 points and looks to continue that run here in the second quarter. But Hornets need to push the ball to Kinnenberg while they have the chance before he gets doubled, and I think that's going to be their strategy here in the second quarter. We'll see.
No good on the shot from Clark. Nunez saved it. She'll step out of bounds, and it'll be a Hornet ball. On the floor for Valley Center is 30 Kinnenberg, number Ranzow, 14 Wolf, number 4 Dawson, and number 10 Brittany. Turnaround jumper off the mark from Kinnenberg, and then that'll be a foul called on Dawson going in for the rebound. Good hustle from Dawson right there, but be the 4th team foul of the half. Here comes Hackerot. Hornets staying with this zone defense because they haven't been able to expose on the inside as Hackerot's at the free throw line, but that's really where you want the ball if you're going against zone defense. And Goddard's Nunez will get that bucket to go, but the Hornets can keep the ball getting inside and have an inside out play that Goddard can do and is really good at, and their defense is going to be successful.
One thing I'd also like to see from this, that I've seen a lot of from this offense, Kinnenberg on the outside. See her typically in the post. Dawson misses a layup there, and Hackerot will got the rebound. Kinnenberg is typically always in the post. Spread out the floor quite a bit more, and it's definitely helped this offense. Getting down the 3 there, that's number 34 is Nunez.
Nunez talked about how good she was in the last game against the Hornets. They're going to have to figure out for her real quick. Dawson, no good on the 3. Long rebound for Ranzow. Wolf would try a 3 of her own off the mark and rebounded by Nunez, pushing the floor. There's a jumper from Hackerot off the mark. A rare miss jumper from her at that part of the court. And Hornets going to set up their offense. Talked about the move cards. They are able to get it in for a little bit more than normal in this game. But I still think a couple dribbles here and there, dribble baseline, try to get it into the center, and then inside out play. Like that's what the Hornets need. Another turnaround jumper from Kinnenberg. That's usually her bread and butter, but hasn't got that shot to fall yet today. Good hands from Cassie. Here comes Dawson and the Hornets. And then she will be fouled by Hackerot. They're going to get that a block, actually. Hackerot does not get called for foul. And a good heads-up play by her. It'll be a Hornet ball underneath our own basket. Get it into Abby Wolf, and then she will be blocked, and then the ball will go out of bounds again. It'll be out of bounds off Brooke Sullivan. Stay with the Hornets. It'll be a timeout. Timeout called by Coach Freeheim. He wants to talk things over as his squad is down 21-9 with 4:45 left in the second. So coming back after that timeout, it'll be Hornet ball. Ranzow setting up the point. See if the Hornets can get something going offensively, as right now Kinnenberg solution. Make a move inside, trying to find somebody out to Wolf. Wolf off the mark on the point attempt. Abby Wolf struggling to find her shot right now, as she had a pretty good game so far in the season, hitting a couple threes here and there, being able to score on the inside right now, has 0 points. Koash and Eden check back.
Talking about how Hindenburg's in the I totally agree with that. He has 6 of the 9 points so far. But one thing I found interesting, Saturday game of offensive production actually went up. That was their one win they've had so far on the season. I found that kind of interesting. I feel like it forced every one of the players to take their own shots, not try to get it inside, and they had to create their own movement, their own. They're forced to make more plays and have more offensive movement without Kinnenberg on the.
There's another turnover, and like you said, it in that Saturday game, it kind of forced everyone to kind of play their own basketball. They're still playing together, but they right now they're really looking at Hindenburg on the side, and I know that's what Coach Behind wants, but sometimes you just got to be a basketball player and not a play like a set play player, and so yes, good things will come if you get the ball into Hindenburg. Right now, they need to put the ball on the floor, create some of their own shots, and find the open man. Especially on days talked about the 3-point shooting, as Cannonberg will make another free throw jumper, but talk about the win attempt that Hornet team can make. I believe in the Salina Central game in the first quarter, that's the only points they made, pointers, and I think it's been like that in a couple of games so far. And so if pointers aren't falling, you got to have another solution if you're the Hornets. Go after the ball over there. 45 left second quarter. 23-11 our score. Good ball movement from the Lions. And Schroeder will miss on the layup. Here comes the Hornets back the other way.
Talked about it last year, and it's been sort of a problem this year. Not as bad, but still a struggle for the top. Turnover rates they've been extremely high so far, and they've struggled to get on the ball, and that's big later down the road.
Side to Kittenberg over Wolf. She still can't knock down her first three. Ball go out of bounds off of the Lions. Checking in for the Hornets is number 4, Kylie Dawson. Gonna take Kindenberg out. Play. So hopefully somebody else can find a bit of offensive life. Squad. Eden. 2 best players for this Goddard squad in the corner. Double Eden got the steal. Coming back the other way. Koash tries to find Rams out inside, and then Koash will be fouled. She's going to the line. Shooting 2 for the Hornets.
Koash got fouled there, but I think he's done something in this game that I haven't seen a lot of this Hornets girls team is their head up when they're dribbling. She's always looking. Shot is up, and it's through. Check here for Goddard is number 4, Bailey Scroggin. Second one is up, but no good. Rink around the rim. Brooke Sullivan grabs the rebound. Off start 35.
Nunez being quiet here in the second quarter. Over to Sullivan. Coash guarding the perimeter. They get it inside to Schroeder. Off the mark, Coash gets the rebound. She's coming down the court. Gets it over to Ranzow. Hornets getting a sign of life with the intensity of this game. I think Coash will think about the three. And she'll take one from the corner off the mark. Ball fought for underneath, but it'll be a foul called on number 14. Under a minute to play. In this first half. Checking back in is Hackerot. And then for the Hornets, Hindenburg. Gonna for this Goddard.
Could really use something big going into the halftime locker room. A buzzer beater type shot that would be to get some momentum going their way or swinging their way, and something to work on going into the locker room. But give them some momentum going into halftime. 30 seconds. If they take the last shot.
I expect run off. If there's an open shot, even if it's not a buzzer beater, I'd take it if I'm Hornets trying to get something, points on the board. But they can't find an open shot. Good 10 seconds to go. Here's Dawson. Rips through. Over to Ranzow. She'll try a three. No good. Out of bounds. 0.9 seconds to go in the first half. It'll be Goddard ball. Hackerot going to launch one right into the cheerleaders. Good catch by the referee right there. And heading into halftime, it'll be a 23-12 deficit for your Valley Center Hornets. Stay tuned here on Hornets Studio.
Hi, folks, and welcome back here to Hornet Studios. I'm Caleb Rose, joined alongside by Austin Coash. About 30 seconds before we get the second half underway, the Hornets girls team trails by 11 points, and both teams struggled offensively there in the second quarter. The Goddard team only getting 7 compared to 16 in the first quarter, and your Hornets getting 3 compared to 9 in the first quarter. So definitely an offensive struggle on both sides, but the Hornets, like I said, only getting 3 in the second quarter. They need to pick it up here in this third quarter and not only use Kinneberg as their source of offensive points, but they're going to have to find a way, like you said, keep it moving on the offensive floor and be able to spread out the floor, find those moving parts. See if they can do it here in the second half as Goddard starts off the ball.
Important stick with that zone defense. Been aggressive all night. Not many shots come from it. Goddard, Sullivan, and Nunez had big first. Much second. Said much anyone in that Goddard and the Hornets struggle to score. Here's Hackerod up top. Hornets done a good job containing her ability. I believe one and maybe a couple of free throws. Out of bounds off of Berg. It'll stay with Lions.
Mentioned the zone defense that the Hornets are running, and since day one we've talked about how they've been taught to be aggressive, how they've been taught to play aggressive, pressure any ball handler, and this zone defense definitely fits that as trying to trap Goddard. And what I've seen so far, they've done a good job of it this offensive possession. Though it may not have caused turnovers, it took this Goddard team a whole minute to score 2 points. So maybe it'll work out here in the second half as the Hornets start off with their first offensive possession.
That was very good. Lions ball. But here's Wolf from the corner. Air ball into the hands of Hackerot. He'll push for the Lions. Thought about that. Gave it to Sullivan. Pass it off underneath. No good on the shot. That's good. Out of bounds. For the this is number 11. Meyer.
Talked about this earlier in the Meyer. I believe it was Eden building unable to make it to. So having 2 of those post presence on the offensive side of the ball might allow them to spread out the ball quite a bit more and spread the court quite a bit more. I'm going to see what they'll do on this next offensive possession with post players.
Fast. Triple baseline. Get it to Schroeder. And Dawson will come up with the steal. Here comes Dawson against Hackerot. Jump shot. No good on the jumper. And then pushing the floor is Sullivan. Easy points right there. Hornets need to get back on defense.
But zone defense for the Hornets did exactly what it was intended to do. Made Hackerot appear open, but then Dawson jumped that pass, was able to get a steal. Unfortunately, didn't result in a bucket, but getting the idea of the zone.
Ball up top. Got to get Dawson long 2. And then a rebound from Kittenberg. Puts it up. Gets to go. First of the one. Kind of been the difference so far on top is the Lions are ball find open players, and the Hornets just kind of swim the ball around the top of the key. Haven't been off the mark. Check back for the Lions is player Clark. Sullivan gets that one to go. Here comes hands out. Good find inside, and they'll get it to go. Myers 12-point ball.
Talked about having two post presences on the floor. That will open up everything. And Meyer getting points now. Hopefully, they're intending to get it back to Kinnenberg because we've seen how she can make buckets. It will split the lane open and, one, allow for more drives, but also hopefully get the ball to Kinnenberg with less defense on her, allowing her to score.
Dawson has on-ball pressure. Hornets still trying to Kinnenberg. Then a miscommunication out. Dawson to play. Still a 12. Akarat going to take a no good off the mark. And here come the Hornets. Coming down the floor. Brittany ran out. Dawson guarding the ball. One thing we talked about off, haven't talked about today, but Hornets offense, Hornets really wants to play at a slower pace, like, and kind of gets set up as that they a lot of turns play a little faster, like, so that's like that minus. That's the way it went because not a lot of slow down, run your off type stuff. That's like I've been able to make a cross inside off the mark, bang, rebound by Kinnenberg. Ran out and
Talked about how they want to play slow down offense, and part of that is controlling the tempo, controlling the pace, and that means you typically have to have the lead and you have to make a couple big plays in a row in order to be able to set that tempo, and they've been struggling to do that, so they're going to have to learn to play down. They're going to have to learn to play in transition as well as that half-court offense that they want to run. That will come over time. But Dawson with a good board, a putback, and it's through. An and one opportunity here for her.
So that was a long time without a whistle blown or the ball out of bounds. Just over 2 minutes. And checking in for the Hornets is Wolf along with Coash. Dawson. And Dawson connects on the 3-point play. Has 5 on the night. Time tonight for Bailey Scott for the Lions. We're gonna have a timeout. Timeout called by the Goddard Lions. Back.
I'd like to mention the Valley Center cheerleaders as they're cheering right now. They are Haley Brett, Chelsea John, Madison Morset, Matthew Patterson, and Ethan Phillip. And they went to London recently. Actually, I think they got back last night, and they're really proud of that. They've excelled this season, getting third in state. And this is definitely a great cheer squad, and they work very hard to cheer on both these teams. So we've seen them all night as well in the men's game.
The cheerleaders getting to go to London. They were all American. Cool to be able to recognize some of the great accomplishments was gotten. Another bowling just started up. Bowling season last year, they were league champs, and the first time ever having a bowling here at Valley Center. They're looking maybe make it grow, and then it'd be Goddard ball start just after that timeout. Minutes left. Period. Sullivan gonna drive it, take it herself, off the mark, and then fought for, and Eden come up with the rebound. Slowing things down. And out. Side, out, Coash, drive, get it, full foot, travel.
Hornets still struggling with turnovers there. Something that will progress as the season goes on. They're going to have to learn to fix that.
Top are the Lions. Good defense from the Hornets. Strong, intense like. And ball's on the floor. Nunez comes up with it, gets the player. .105 left third quarter. A lot of ball. Sullivan on the inside. Tries to draw a foul. Gets her own rebound. Hackerot gonna take a jumper. Off the mark. Meyer with the rebound. She's gonna push up the floor. You don't see that from too often. And then start to close down. Go.
That was the ideal defensive possession. The Hornets did everything they wanted to, or just about everything they wanted on the defensive side of the ball. They were able to have quick movement. They were able to trap players and force them into very pressured situations. They did exactly what they wanted to on the defensive side of the ball, and ended up being no points for Goddard. So ideal possession, and they need to keep that up.
So the Hornets run their 5-out offense. No good on from Wolf. Coming down are the Lions. 8 seconds. Hackerot take a transition 3 off the mark. There's 1 second to go. I don't think the Hornets realize, and Ranzow doesn't get that to go. The end of the third period, 19-28. Hornets slow chipping away at the lead. Let's see what they can do here in the fourth. All right, coming back. Start this fourth quarter. On the floor for the Hornets. Coash, Ranzow, Eden, Kinnenberg, and Wolf.
You talked about it, the Hornets are slowly chipping away at this lead, and if Goddard doesn't find that out fast and make some changes, the Hornets could maybe go home with a win. A 3-point shot there from Abby Wolf, and she hasn't made one yet this game, but got to be hyped about that one as she's taken 4 on the night, her first one that she's made.
Yeah, she's been struggling around the arc tonight, but that doesn't mean that she can't get some things rolling on the offensive end. And we talked about how defense leads to offense, and in the past games we talked about defense leads to offense. Offense kind of leans on the defense, as Coash will drive in with the left hand, get that one to go. And some signs of life here in the stadium. The Hornets going to stick with that zone defense. They've done a great job all night. That's one thing we can't talk enough about is the defense. Here comes Wolf coming down the court for the Hornets. Got it to Coash. He'll go up with it, but he'll be called for a travel.
Well, at the beginning of the season, Mr. or Coach Freeheim told me that this is a rebuilding year, and they struggled last year and the year before that. So they're trying to find something. They're trying to find something to make a consistent basketball program. And if they can beat Goddard here, a consistently dominant Goddard team early in the season, that will set the tone throughout the whole season, and that will be for this team. They can start off to a good January, as they will have games every Friday of the month, along with a game at Arc City. So if they can win here, they can set a tone for a really dominant January, and I'll be interested to see if they can do that. They've cut the lead to 4, and we're only a minute through this fourth quarter. What did you see there, Austin, that made that first minute so successful?
Well, it's definitely it starts on the defense. On the defense, they're able to create turnovers, and they're not turning over the ball themselves. Coash right there just did travel, but the Hornets are doing a great job with. They've almost started to push the pace a little bit, which they're not doing, but it's working right now. And the more you can do something that works, just find something that works and keep it up. Even though if it's not your normal self, that the Hornets can keep up pushing the pace. Also, Abby Wolf hit a big strike there, getting her going on the offense. It's final.
And early, that Abby Wolf 3-point shot, that really set the tone for the rest of the fast breaks, and that was really huge. But you also talked about how they were playing not like them normal selves. Tendency breakers are a huge thing in sports, and they've definitely played to a pace that they haven't been used to, but it's definitely working. Turnover there for Goddard, and the Hornets take another offensive possession.
Back in is Bank Lions. And try to make it a one-possession game. Here are Wolf and the Hornets.
Well, now the Hornets have the momentum, and now they can set the tempo they wanted. They were fast-paced for a little while, but they want to set up that half-court offense that we've seen is so strong, and that's exactly what they're trying to do here. If they can continually get defensive stops and set up a half-court offense, then they can take over this game.
Go after another turnover. Her being my sister, I talked to her. They had some meetings with Coach behind. One of her things to work on, stop the ball over. That also comes with experience. Is a freshman, and a lot of the players on this team are. But she'll get her own rebound and go up with it. 26-28 our score. 2-point ball game. Sullivan going to bring it down the floor. This Goddard offense kind of a little frantic. Not what Kate Hackrock right now with the ball. Still the only one that doesn't look a little frazzled right now. The Hornets are playing solid defense, not letting the ball get inside the paint. As Hackrock go up with the reverse layup, and as I said, they let the ball get in the paint. She'll get it in there and get the bucket to go and be at the free throw line. One player check back. Clark check back.
I saw something big there. That was Brooke Sullivan, who took the ball down and tried to push the pace, but that was huge by the Hornets. They were able to defensively stop her and prevent her from getting the fast break score. So because they were able to do that, they were forced Goddard to play at a tempo they weren't used to. They forced to slow them down, and that was really huge. They need to keep that up here in this fourth quarter. By the way, those points by Hackerot were the first of the fourth quarter here for this Goddard team.
That was a foul. Not a lot of fouls. Two right now, and half kind of the same. Be another foul called Sullivan. There's 5 to play in this fourth quarter. It'll be Hornet ball, ran down underneath their own basket. Trying to find somebody. Gets it Hindenburg, but it hit off the backboard. Goddard ball. Coach Freeheim not like what happened right there. As the ball, he thinks the ball never went into play. hit the backboard, but we'll stay with Goddard for the moment. A lot of passing going on, and Brooke Sullivan will take it in, but that'll be a foul called on Kinnenberg. Sullivan headed to the line for the Lions. That's Kinnenberg's third personal for the Hornets.
Well, sports, a lot of sports are a game of chance, and Kinnenberg was taking a chance there. It obviously wanted to draw a card. Got the block called on her, and that would have been influential if she was able to get that charge call, but fortunately didn't quite get it there. So makes her first. Second is up, off the rim, and out of bounds. It's off the hand of Cade Hackerott. Madison Schroeder will check into the game for the Lions. Going to take over on an offensive possession. They trail by 5, but keep up this momentum they've gained here in the fourth quarter.
Here's Brandow. Cut to the basket from Wolf, off the mark, but rebounded by Kinnenberg. And now we're seeing Goddard play a Coash drive, no good on the left-handed floater. So Goddard zone, now both playing zone. A 5-ball game. Hackerott takes it inside herself. Coach Breheim wants a grab. That's what it looked like from our angle too, but a missed call right there. That'll be a timeout. Timeout called by Valley Center. We'll be back when play resumes. So with 3:36 left, fourth, Hindenburg, Brandow, Wolf, Coash, Valley. Inside, Hindenburg, no good on the layup, but Keenan's got the rebound, no good on the 3, and a lot of rebounding going on from the Hornets, but they can't capitalize on that possession as Hackerott made the play to stop a wide open layup from Hindenburg. There's no shot clock in basketball. So right now, Lions trying to stall as much as they can. The Hornets have switched to a man defense, trying to create a steal or a travel or turnover.
That's one of those things. I saw it with the men's team, and changing your defense mid-game can throw off the other team quite often. It definitely threw off that Salina Central men's team. That was for sure. Unfortunately, men's team wasn't able to get the win, but changing your defense, 10-inch breakers, as I talked about earlier, that can be.
There was a mismatch with Ranzow on Hackerott. He took it in himself, and Coash tried to come around on the 3, but it'll be an illegal screen from Olivia Needens. That's her first person. Dawson checking in for Needens. down the court. The Hornets can't let anything easy come for the Goddard Lions. That'll be out of bounds off of staying with Goddard. And that'll be a timeout. Timeout called by the Goddard Lions. Will be back to play 2:01 left. Fourth.
And we're back here. 2:01 remains in this fourth. Play. Sullivan around the outside. Set it before the break. Goddard looking just to stall here onto that 9-point lead. Quick jumper there. And made by Anahi Nunez. That will lead the way.
That's a steal for Hackerat coming back the other way, but Coash is a great defense. And then here comes Dawson. She will dribble it off the foot, hit her own mistake right there, and then that'll be a foul called on Hackerat of the Lions. Dawson a little bit out of control, but saved himself right there. It is one thing about Dawson. Athletic player.
Minute 5 left. Hornets have to get something started quick. A missed shot there by Ranzau. Hackerat grabs the board. Under a minute here.
Hackerat bring it down. Slowing things down are Goddard. Definitely not impossible, but it doesn't look like they're in a game. They just want to play good, solid defense and learn. One thing I talked to Coach Freeheim about was he wants girls after every game to be able to learn something. I guess any coach that, especially this, they aren't used to winning a ton of games. So takes it in and gets that bucket to go. They're not a team that's a lot of games, so when they win, Coach Freeheim know that feeling of try to repeat it. When there's things that you need to fix this game. Big one was turnover. The offense are likely the last they'll end with that go. A lot of growth so far, but long basketball is. That'll be it. Final score 39-26. Caleb, what did you see that the Hornets did good today?
Well, at the end of the fourth quarter, beginning of the fourth quarter, I really liked what I saw. They were able to create momentum, but the problem was keeping that momentum. They struggled to keep that momentum, and at one point they were down, I believe it was 2 points. So to go from that to losing by 13, that's really got to be a struggle there, but that's one of the things they're going to need to focus on is carrying momentum, especially here at home, because you get the momentum, crowd gets louder, and you should be able to carry that momentum. They struggled to do that, but they did put up a good fight against a pretty good Goddard team, a typically deep in the playoffs type Goddard team, and they played well here. Unfortunately, falling by 13 here to Goddard. That's going to be all from Hornet Studios, and join in about 20 minutes where me and Austin will call the men's game. We'll see you here in 20 minutes. Test, test, test.
Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Hello and welcome back to Hornet Studios. Before we get this game underway, I'm here with Ethan Phillips, one of the cheerleaders that got to go to London this past week. Ethan, can you tell us a little bit about your experience there?
Okay, yeah. So, to get there, we had to try out in the summer for like UCA, and then when we got there, they had like this little orientation thing just to tell us everything. And then most of the days we just walked around, saw different sites, saw Big Ben, saw the Tower of London, and saw all those other cool places. And then we walked in the New Year's Day parade, which was really fun.
Yeah, and this is your second year of cheerleading, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were already an All-American. That's awesome. You got a bright future ahead.
Thank
So
you.
can you tell us, you're dressed up in some Greek outfit. Can you tell us the student section theme for tonight?
Yeah, so the theme for tonight is Greek night, and we're just trying to have fun, be loud.
Yeah, the student section we know here at Valley is pretty good, pretty funny.
Yeah.
Hopefully you guys can be loud tonight. Hopefully it's going to be a good matchup. What's your score prediction for tonight's matchup?
My score prediction is 56-50. Hornets take the win.
All right, go Hornets. Thank you, Ethan.
Hi, folks, and welcome here to Hornet Studios. We're about a minute away from getting this game started off here as your Hornets men's team will face the Goddard Lions, a team that they beat last year. And this Goddard team is 1-4 with your Hornets sitting at 2-2, and they took third in that Kingman tournament, but unfortunately lost and didn't see the production they wanted to at Salina Central. That was something that Coach Unrau made sure to talk about in practice, is they didn't see the production that they wanted to see. They had a lot of lack of production, and they didn't play like they wanted to. And they're definitely ready to come out here after break, and they've been disciplined over break, and they're ready to go here tonight. I'll be interested to see how they do. But like, we will get the national anthem underway as it appears, or we won't. Instead, it will be starting lineups. And for Goddard, one thing I like to talk about, Hans won't be starting tonight. We will have the national anthem. And now we will get the starting lineups underway. And Marion Pons will not be starting tonight, though he has been quite a player for this Hornets team. Starting off here for the Goddard Lions, a junior number 0, Jackson Lefevre. And first up for the Hornets, a great defender, that's number 2, Eli Isaacs, also a junior and ready to go after this break. He has been fired up in practice. Next up here for Goddard, number 2, Soren Carr. Next up, Mason Burns, a really aggressive player and a great leader as well. A senior in Mason Burns. Next up here, a senior, number 12, Caden Hofer. And the shooter is on the court now. That's number 10, Jacob Byrne. And he's been hitting three-point shots, an incredible rate in practice. He's ready to go. Next up here for the Lions, number 30, Jaden Wiley. And fourth on this lineup, that's going to be number 20, Gabe Phillips, and has shown his defensive prowess so far over Christmas break, and he is ready to go. Rounding off this lineup, that's number 55, Braden Wycliffe. And rounding off this lineup, it'll be the monster at 6'9". That's number 23, Braden Gray. So that's your starting lineups. What are the players to watch, Austin?
Well, Jacob Byrne for the Hornets, a deadly three-point shooter. It's so fun calling the game when he's on the court. You know, he's kind of expanded his game this year where he's able to take the ball to the bucket. But, man, his spot-up three-point shooting, he hits 15 threes in 3 games. And then I kind of lost track from there. But he's going to be a massive player for this Hornets squad tonight. Another one, Eli Isaacs, already had a 20-point outing this year. And he's big on the defensive end and on the offensive end. He's kind of a complete player, one of the most complete players this Hornets squad has. But you can talk about all 5 starters and about 4 to 5 players on the bench that this Hornets squad, they've all kind of broken out of their shell in each game. Now they all need to combine to have a really good game, especially to get the first league win of the year right here at Goddard.
Well, you're talking about Jacob Byrne, and his three-point shot has never been better. The current record for three-pointers in a game was last tied by Wyatt Lang in 2017 with 8 in a game, and Jacob Byrne said he wants to break that record, and if he wants to do it, he says he's going to do it tonight. We'll see if he can make that happen. Isaacs drives to the bucket and grabs a 2-point to start this off.
And then an early charge by Mason Burns. We know him for that. That's one of his big characteristics on the floor. He started one other game this season when Isaacs was out with illness, but you mentioned Wyatt Lang having the record. He's actually in the building tonight, so he could see his record get broken if Jacob Byrne starts to heat up. There he is, out for 3. Jacob Byrne hits it, early 5-0 lead for the Hornets. We talked about the Hornets' offense this year. The defense has been another key characteristic, and they love to play with high intensity. They love to press. Jacob Byrne, another 3. Heat check. Jacob, early 2 threes, 8-0 lead. And that'll be a timeout called by Goddard Lions. They're not happy with what they see. We knew this was going to be a good game coming in. And the Hornets already making a statement with Byrne hitting 2 threes and Isaacs making a great play inside. So coming back after that timeout, it'll be Goddard ball. Here's number 30, Jalen Wiley. And then 6'9" Braden Gray is going to get the steal. And almost an acrobatic play right there, but it'll be off his foot.
And at 6'9", able to make a play like that, that says something about you. He is definitely an aggressive player and willing to sacrifice his body for the ball.
Here's Wiley inside off the mark. Phillips with the rebound. Haven't talked about Phillips too much in this game so far, but he's a great offensive player for the Hornets, and his defense is pretty astounding too. And he's strong in the paint. That's what I love about Phillips the most, is he's strong in the paint. He's able to finish tough shots. Checking in for the Hornets is the starter for all games except for this year, number 4, Marion Pons, as we describe him here on Hornet Studios as the player that can do everything on the court. He's able to score, doesn't score a lot of points, but he's able to score when he wants to, and then he gets rebounds, he goes after the ball, and then they're going to get a push called underneath on 55 Wickefee. Excuse me, that's Wycliffe. And 24, Cameron Moses checked in for Goddard. Phillips driving in with the left hand, gonna go up, and no good on the shot. Rebounded by number 2, Thornton Carr. And here comes Wiley and the Lions. Have not got a point so far in this first 2 minutes of play.
We talked about Gabe Phillips being a strong finisher, and that's a rare sight to see him not finishing in the paint with a bucket, and unfortunately didn't result in a double-digit lead, but they'll keep the score at 0 for Goddard.
Hofer missed that jumper. Hornets playing very aggressive defense. That's what they like to do. Pons loses it on the drive with the left hand. Here comes Wiley down the court into the corner, and Isaacs jumps on top of number 4, Jackson Lefebvre. That'll be a foul called on Isaacs. We got number 22, Ray Flora, and number 33, Josh Dessenberger checking in for the Hornets. One thing we've seen most of this season is Dessenberger and Gray trading off on the inside. Dessenberger is 6'7", and Braden Gray is 6'9". So some of the 2 tallest kids in our league this year are on the Hornets basketball squad. Love seeing them 2 get inside. That'll be a foul called on Flora, his first personal. Second team foul. Hornets so far this year haven't gotten into too much foul trouble. Can't let that happen tonight. That was Lefebvre. No good on the rebound. Pons goes sky high for the rebound, and here comes the Hornets. Flora bringing it down the court. Loses it, and he will travel, as there were about 4 Goddard players on him trying to get the ball to Pons. Here's that pressure from the Hornets with 5:12 left in this first quarter.
We were talking about both Braden Gray and Josh Dessenberger, and the first thing that popped into my mind is the development that they've went through in this past season. They're both incredible, and they've changed so much on the basketball court. They've become so much better. As a tip in there by Eli Isaacs, Josh Dessenberger gets the tip in. But last year, we needed both Braden Gray and Trenton Driscoll, 6'7" and 6'9", on the floor. But now we only need one post guy, and it shows you the development that both of these players have seen and how much more Coach Unruh trusts each one of them. And so they don't have to waste another player. They can get another player around the arc and get some three-point shots up.
Here come the Hornets. And Isaacs stuck underneath, gets it to Pons. Pons will get it back out to Isaacs. He'll take a 3 of his own. And Eli Isaacs will hit the 3 from the corner. Hornets firing on all cylinders right now. Defense leading to offense, and the offense leaning on the defense. Here's Fearv, no good. And ball gets tipped around underneath. Number 34, Crawford, no good. Some aggressive play down low, and Byrne was on the floor. But the ball's staying with Goddard, as not a decision that's been made yet. Excuse me. So they will get Peyton Crawford on a foul. Checking back in for the Hornets, Burns and Gray, and then number 20, Gabe Phillips. Hornets looking to extend their lead, playing good basketball right now. Goddard, one thing to note, is not the best team in the league, but these two last year were at the bottom of the league, and the Hornets on their campaign this year, they're trying to become one of the top teams in the league and really want to become one of the top teams in the state this year. They think they have the team to do it, and this will be a good statement win. I was talking to Coach Enzi. He said Goddard's already been blown out by a couple teams in the league. One, I think Andover Central beat them by 30. So if the Hornets can prove something tonight, right now it's starting with their defense, leading to their offense. But if they can prove something tonight, they can hang with those top teams in the state even, then this will be a good season for the Hornets.
Definitely, and I think that's something I talked about in the girls' game. This would be a statement win, and they have, 5 or 6 regular season games along with January Jam. So they have quite a lot of basketball games this year, or this month, and so they need to start it off early with a win, only the 3rd day of January, and this would be huge to get a win here. A foul there on Marion Pons. His first shot bounces off the rim. It's through. That's Cameron Moses. And the first point on the night for the Goddard Lions. Moses looks for a second. We interviewed Ethan Phillips of the student section. He's definitely making sure to keep him loud there on that free throw, though Moses does make his second. Doran Carr checks in.
So Burns is running the point, gets it over to Byrne. Jacob Byrne, a 3 from the top of the key. And that's 16-2, 14-point lead. Hornets still keeping that pressure alive. Mason Burns gets the steal. Phillips going to push it for the Hornets.
Well, I saw that 3-point shot from Byrne, and you can get open shots as a high school basketball player, but when you're able to create your own open shots and still make them, that's incredible. And he's on pace right now to break that 3-point record. We'll see if he can do it.
We'll be keeping an eye on that tonight. It already has 3, like you mentioned. And there'll be another foul called on Pons underneath. That looked like good defense, but one thing we've talked about a lot this season as the Hornets have kind of struggled with playing to their refs. There's a lot of times where some high school refs will let you play a little bit, a lot of contact underneath, and then there's some that'll call every little bit of contact underneath. Hornets got to be able to adjust, and so far everyone but Pons, who has 2 personal fouls, has been doing a good job. And looks like tonight's going to be a little bit of a physical game, even though the Hornets right now are leading by a lot. But we know basketball is a very easy game to make runs. When you have the momentum in basketball, sometimes it can become scary for a team to come back and be able to make big comebacks.
We're talking about it being an aggressive game. Before this game, I thought about it. Goddard's football team is pretty good, so it leads off to their basketball team. These are some big kids, and they're very aggressive, obviously, as you said, but it goes to show off their basketball team from their football team. A travel there called on Gabe Phillips, so a turnover there. Goddard ball.
And so here's LaFever and Wiley get it to Doran Carr. He'll try to dribble throughout the traffic. Inside, blocked shot by Braden Gray, and coming back the other way, that was number 34, Crawford, who it was out on.
Well, that's one thing I've definitely seen develop from Braden Gray is at 6'9", you're typically going to get an over-the-back call because you are typically over the back, but being able to get that block and also not getting a foul called on you, that's huge, and he's definitely developed that through the season. Gets an easy 2 with an assist from Gabe Phillips. So Goddard takes over, trailing 18-2.
The Hornets already have 18 points in this first quarter. Don't want to jinx anything, but that's the best by far this season in the first quarter. They usually have good second and third quarters, but we've talked about it multiple times. We love to see this Hornets team put 4 quarters of basketball together. They haven't done it much in the last 2 years, and it's kind of been the demise of this team. And so if they can put 4 quarters of basketball together, these guys are a scary team. That was Moses in the corner. Bounces up and over the backboard, out of bounds, and it'll be Hornet ball. Isaacs, Flora, and Dessenberger are all back in for the Hornets. There's that dribble drive offense. Pons, crafty pass, but it ended up in the hands of Flora, and he will be off the mark. There's LaFear coming down. Hofer take transition 3. Off the mark. Isaacs and company running up the floor with 1:18 left in this first quarter.
Well, I saw something there. I saw Eli Isaacs back off on that shot, and that's not typical aggressive defense, obviously, that we've seen from the Hornets team, but this Goddard team has struggled to make shots, and that's been their demise so far. They've had quite a few open shots, just haven't been able to hit them, haven't been able to knock them down, and so Hornets are playing to that. There will be a turnover there, Goddard ball. Hornets with a 1-3-1 defense, a press here.
This 1-3-1 press has worked really well for the Hornets as Flora will get a steal. He'll dribble things out for the Hornets, but this press and this intensity that this Hornets team plays with is different from the years past. Isaacs goes in, gets the bucket to go. 20 points so far in this first quarter, and they're going to keep the pressure up. The ball's off the legs. Isaacs going to go up. Crazy move to the basket. And then Pons will be fighting for the ball. That'll be a foul called on Pons. They're trying to discuss if they're going to call it a technical, I believe, as Pons had the head of number 1 Lubers in his arms when he was trying to get the rebound. That's Pons' third personal. So I said at the beginning of the game that the Hornets haven't been getting in much foul trouble. Pons right now 3 fouls in the first quarter, and they are going to call Pons on a technical.
And Pons is definitely thrown off on his game. Typically, obviously starts, but didn't start tonight. And we haven't seen half the production that we typically see. First shot is up there, and it's no good by number 30, Jaden Wiley. But yeah, we haven't seen quite the production we've seen from him in previous nights, and no points so far, along with 3 fouls and 1 technical. So might have been thrown quite off his game after not being started. Jaden Wiley's second is no good. Will be Goddard ball, though, with 30.9 seconds remaining.
Caden Hofer checking back in for the Goddard Lions. Like Hornets may be running a man defense, or at least the inbound. Isaacs, great hands. So we talked about Isaacs in the pregame. One thing to note, we've mentioned it before, but he did have the steals record in a season last year with, I believe, like 68, 69 or something like that. So his long, lengthy arms gives him the ability to do wondrous things on the defensive end. And he's having a great night offensively, too, as he takes it in, tried to make a crafty move to the bucket, and didn't get it to go. But here's Carr. He'll lose it. Isaacs may need to check out the time. Byrne thought about the 3, got it inside. Great ball movement from the Hornets, 22 points, and only allowing 2 on the defensive end. A great night, and that's the end of the first quarter. 22-2 our score. A lot of good going on for the Hornets. Caleb, what do they need to keep up and keep the intensity up to do in this rest of this game, really?
Well, you said it, intensity. They have played intense basketball. They've played aggressive and relentless basketball. Everything they're doing, they're not letting up anything. at some point you might try to slow down the pace, but they're not slowing down the pace. It's already 22-2, and they're going to keep pushing that lead because that's aggressive Hornet basketball. If they can keep that up, this might be an 80-2 game if they can keep up this pace, this aggressiveness, this relentlessness, and that can be huge. It can say a lot about them, but also intimidate a lot of other teams going into the rest of January with some hard games on their schedule. I believe they play Andover Central next week, which they struggled with last year, but intimidating Andover Central for next week could be huge if they keep up this relentlessness, continue to improve, and continue to play aggressive.
Well, let's start this second quarter. It'll be Mason Burns, Eli Isaacs, Gabe Phillips, Jacob Byrne, and Braden Gray on the court for your Hornets. So in that first quarter, Jacob Byrne hit 3 threes. If he can just keep doing that, he'll have 12 on the night, and the record will be broken. Hornets back to that zone. Phillips going to drive it in, but he'll be called for a travel as he tried to jump stop. We haven't spoke on it yet, but in the Salina Central game, the Hornets had, I believe, 18 turnovers. So that's one thing I know in practice, talking to Isaacs, they really wanted to cut down on the turnovers, and they have so far tonight a couple times when Phillips and Pons have turned it over, but other than that, they've been creating turnovers, and if you create more turnovers than you commit yourself, that's going to be a recipe for success.
Well, this has just been total defense domination by this Hornets team. They've run about every defense you can install in a playbook, and they've still forced turnovers on every single one of them. That is just insane. They have done exactly what they've needed to do and forced turnovers. Burned for 3 and off the mark, but Phillips with a rebound. And
second chance points for the Hornets. You love to see the rebounding, as they couldn't get any points right there, but the rebounding for this team has really been improved from last season. They're able to get a ton of second chance opportunities. That'll be a timeout. A timeout called by Goddard. We'll be back when play.
And we're back here. 7 minutes remain here in this first half. And your Hornets have dominated this Goddard team, to say the least, with a 22-2 lead. And it will be Goddard ball after that timeout. It's running a 1-3-1 press, and they've really practiced that very hard, getting those traps in the back court.
And another steal, but the Hornets turn it over. But causing turnovers has been the demise of this Goddard team, and the success story tonight for the Hornets. A lot of transition points, and like I mentioned earlier, if you play good defense, it's going to lead to offense.
One thing I forgot to mention about Jacob Burns, hopefully soon to be record, Wyatt Lang and Zach Bannock are tied for that three-point record, but a fast break play there.
And then they're going to get Phillips as he passed the ball in, and he may have stepped over the line when he passed it in. Checking in for Valley Center after this timeout is Braden Dalrymple. Haven't seen too much of him, but we'll get to see him tonight when play resumes. But coming back after that timeout, it'll be Goddard ball underneath as Phillips stepped over the line when he tried to toss it in. He tried to push the floor too fast. Gray will tip it up. Isaacs gets the steal. Pushing the floor are the Hornets. Phillips underneath. Turn around. Floater. Get it to go. 24 for our score. And that's the first points of this second quarter for the Hornets. As if they could keep up the pace, could be a long one for the Lions tonight. Isaacs brings it down the floor. Gets that to go. Defense leading to transition offense for the Hornets. Isaacs, another steal, but it'll be out of bounds. He threw it back off of Carr's face.
Well, it's just unbelievable how many turnovers Braden Gray has forced, and he's having an incredible night defensively. And you can draw up every play in the book, but you can't battle length, and that's what the Hornets have over this team. I believe their shortest player that has started so far this season is 6 foot, and there's not much you can do to battle that, especially with 6'9" Braden Gray. He's just incredible at forcing turnovers. And Soren Carr hits a 3 there. Puts the score at 7 for Goddard, 26 for the Hornets.
So the Hornets going to set up their dribble drive offenses. Haven't ran it too much tonight as they've had most of their points off transition. Jacob Byrne off the mark on the 3. Ball gets tipped around out to Isaacs. Got it into Braden Dalrymple, and he'll get the bucket to go and one opportunity for number 5, Braden Dalrymple. That'll be Carr's first personal. Crawford and Moses check back in for the Lions, and then checking in for the Hornets will be number 3, Byrne, and 33, Dessenberger.
I think Dalrymple's going to be seeing a lot of minutes. 3-point play is up and off the mark, but this is a game the Hornets are already up by 21 points, and they're looking to develop a little bit more depth at the forward position, and Braden Dalrymple can definitely be just that. I'll be interested to see if he'll get more playing time.
As he just got a steal right there. Here's the offense again for the Hornets. They're going to stick with what they do best. Isaacs coming in inside. No good on the shot from Dessenberger. But one thing the Hornets haven't done extremely well this year was get the ball on the inside, as that's Jackson LaFear on the layup. But one thing the Hornets have not done extremely well is to get the ball inside to Gray and Dessenberger this year. You know, they have the big men, but if they're not able to create things like that where Isaacs drives in and then gets the little pass to Dessenberger underneath, they haven't been able to do that so well. And tonight, I mean, that's been working exceptionally well. And it all comes off the movement that around the perimeter and the dribble drive offense that right now the Hornets are running to almost perfection. Checking back in is Ray Flora as Isaacs will head to the bench.
Well, I completely agree with what you're saying. For the past couple games, it's been mostly Gray and Dessenberger as a defensive presence. They haven't had too many points on the board. They haven't had much offensive production, but I think that's something they worked on in practice. I saw a couple drills that they worked on pretty hard, and that was in order to get the ball in the paint, because when you're in the paint, you're more likely to make shots, and that's exactly what they want to do, is take high percentage shots.
Flora looking for someone in the corner. Dalrymple over to Byrne. That's Byrne, excuse me. He missed on the 3. Here's Carr up top. Goddard running their offense, not getting much, as the Hornets have now switched into a man defense. That'll be a foul called on Dessenberger. And checking back in for the Hornets is Isaacs and Phillips. So that'll be a 1-1 for number 55, Wycliffe.
I think the Hornets picked the perfect time to switch into a man defense. Braden Dalrymple played good backside defense on Lefevre and stopped what I think was a setup play to get Lefevre a three-point shot, but because Dalrymple's there, he wasn't able to get that point shot that Goddard so badly wanted. So it stopped a possible three-point play. Wycliffe makes his first. And off the back of the rim for the second, Dalrymple grabs the rebound, and its offense sets up.
And that'll be a turnover, one of the few mistakes that the Hornets have made on the offensive end in this game so far. Dalrymple, and he'll go up with the layup off the steal. So Braden Dalrymple doesn't get to see the floor a ton, and he's made the most of it tonight. Going to show that we have about 9 players instead of really 8. We have 9 players that can really score the ball and play good on defense. And as a coach, you love to see that. Wiley, no good on another free throw. He had those technical free throws that he missed, and then he missed that free throw. Checking back in for the Hornets is number 23, Braden Gray. And for the Lions, it was Lubbert. That'll be a lane violation on Goddard, so right now nothing going right for the Lions, and really everything going right for the Hornets. They just got to keep up the intensity. Like I mentioned, Andover Central had already blown this team out by 30 this year. The Hornets, if they can keep it up, they could be doing the same, and that will be really good to see. And if you're another team in the league, you want to look at this win from the Hornets, and if they can keep going, there's a lot of basketball left, but if they can keep it up, then it'll be a big win and a statement win, like you said earlier, for the Hornets. So after a little bit of confusion, Peyton Crawford checked back in for the Lions. Isaacs tries to find Gray. Ball's on the ground, and Wycliffe and Gray will get a tie-up. It'll be a jump ball possession, and it stays with the Hornets. Inside Dalrymple, a lot of contact. Can't get that to go. Gray's going to run the floor. And then they're going to get Dalrymple on a foul.
Now smart defense there by Goddard. They shifted to a zone there on the baseline inbound, because typically a baseline inbound play consists of a lot of screens and a lot of movement, which is tough to keep up with when you don't communicate much with a man defense. So they shifted to zone and were able to get the takeaway. The first one is good. Dalrymple's foul. Lefevre with 5 on the quarter. Second shot is up and off the mark just to the right. Isaacs grabs the board.
And Isaacs and Byrne up top. Isaacs out of control, but gets it. Byrne in the corner, off the mark. He's gone cold here in the second quarter, but the team hasn't, and Braden Gray will get that bucket to go.
And we're seeing Gray do a lot more of what he wants to do on the offensive side of the ball, getting putbacks and getting the ball in the paint where he can do the most damage. We've seen him take mid-range jumpers a couple times this season, but he wants it in the paint because he knows that's where he can score.
Inside, Crawford, jump shot, no good, off the mark. Rebounded by Braden Gray, and here come Hornet. That'll be a 3 from Braden Dalrymple. A breakout night for Dalrymple as he already has 7 points here in this first half. Isaacs thought he had the steal, but they're going to get him for a foul. That pickpocket move that Isaacs does is one of his favorites. He did it a lot last year. That's how he got the record. But it'll be Lubers at the line shooting 2.
Shot is up, and it's through. This band doing a good job of staying loud here. They typically do on free throw shots. Two substitutions here from Goddard. And Lubbers is second. It's up and it's through.
And Carr comes back in for the Lions.
6 of the 13 points on the board right now for Goddard have been off free throws. They've struggled to make offensive production.
Jacob Bird from the top of the key. That's his 4th 3 of the night. With under a minute to play in this second quarter. Moses, Lafier, and Wiley trying to make something happen for the Lions. Dalrymple inside. Good defense on Hofer and rebounded by the Hornets. Isaacs and company try to set things up. Try to get the last shot, I would expect, in this first half, as they already have 40 points in this first half. We were waiting for an offensive breakout night. Tonight's been that night. You know, I told Isaacs and a few of the players on the bus, I said, you guys are going to be able to break 80 multiple times this year if you guys can just get rolling on the offensive end, because your defense is already there. And Dalrymple will go up. He'll be fouled with 1.2 seconds left. He'll be shooting 2. It'll be Caden Hofer's 3rd personal foul in the first half.
And Coach Unround never fails to stress how important the last shot of the half is. First shot up there from Dalrymple, and he'll make it. Has 8 points on the quarter, but it really shifts momentum quite a bit. And going into the locker room, especially the last shot of a half, that can really change the course of a game. Close. Off the mark there from Dalrymple. The clock hits double zeros, and 41-13 is your score at the end of the first half. We'll see what the Hornets can do in the second half. As you talked about, Austin, Hornets have to play 4 consistent quarters of basketball. We'll see if they can do that after we come back in 10 minutes. Testing, 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 testing. Hi, folks, and welcome back here to Hornet Studios. And your Hornets have definitely dominated this game at 41-13 is the score right now. And we're about to get this second half underway, but the Hornets have struggled to play 4 consistent quarters of basketball as we've seen in the past couple of years. So let's see if they can pull it off here as they have quite a lead. You talked about, Austin, that Goddard has been blown out a couple times by some big-name teams. So the Hornets want to put themselves up there with those big-name teams because they have goals for themselves, and one of them is to be one of the top teams in the league. Even the state is their goal, so we'll see if they can make that happen here, continuing this game.
And one thing we have to talk about is this defense. They've been playing a man defense for most of the year, and they came out in that 1-1, and Isaacs and Burns and Phillips, they were all getting steals and fast break opportunities. That's what really gave them the 41 points. Burn hit a couple of threes. They had a couple of good plays on the inside nearing the end of the second quarter, but most of their points have come off transition points or transition offense that they slow it down a little bit and get openings when the Lions are trying to get back on defense, try to get set up. And that's kind of been one of the things that put the Hornets into this position. Phillips doesn't come down with the ball, and he will get the and one. That's Hofer's 4th personal foul to start this third quarter. Not a good sign if you are a Lion fan. Christian Palmer checking in for the Lions for the first time.
Well, you talked about how the Hornets have played fast-paced basketball, and they definitely know how to set up a half-court offense, but their niche so far in these past 2 seasons have been on the transition, and they've done a good job of that. Not only have they forced turnovers like they want defensively, but they are also scoring transition buckets, which is huge because they can take easy layups all day and continue to run the score up, but they don't necessarily need to set up a half-court offense if they're able to force turnovers at the rate they are tonight.
Good drive right there from Wiley. 15 points on the night for this Goddard team. They struggled offensively, but really, you got to give credit for credit's due, and that's the Hornet defense. Isaac looked like his hip was shaking up right there. Byrne normally would have taken that 3, and as he went cold in that second quarter, he knows himself, and he knows that he doesn't have to keep shooting. And his whole offense, as Isaacs would hit a 3, his whole offense is balling on all cylinders tonight. So Byrne doesn't have to take that 3. It's good to see him be a little bit unselfish.
And that's one of the things. How do you stop an offense when every single player on it can make plays, can make 3-point shots, and then you got a guy in the post who's 6'9" who can lay the ball down and put some points on the board, but everyone on this court can score, and there's not much you can do to stop an offense like.
And that's something as a Hornets or as Valley Center in general, we haven't seen that in a long time out of a basketball team. And that's one of those things that usually when we talk about it in the past, it's been another team that we're talking about how do you stop them because everyone can score. And this being the team that we have this year, along with their defensive play, that they're just making it almost impossible for Goddard to get a shot off. And so it's really good to see that we're going to be calling for a team like that this year. And it'll be number 11, the sophomore, Cade Wilson, getting his first act tonight for the Hornets.
Well, I like to relate it a lot to the current LA Lakers. Last year they had Lonzo Ball and LeBron James, just a couple star players, and they struggled last year. But this year they have they have a roster full of talent, and every player can play. And now they're doing good. They're top of the league right now. And so because they have that depth, like the Hornets also have, they're able to win games and able to do a lot more on both sides of the ball.
Be a foul called on Cade Wilson. A player, kind of an unsung hero in that first half, came off the bench, and that was Braden Dalrymple. He came in. We haven't seen a lot of minutes from him this year, but he got valuable minutes in that first half and really showed Coach Unruh that he can go 9 players deep and still have people who can score the ball and can defend very well. It'll be inside Wycliffe. He threw the foul on Dessenberger.
Wycliffe off the mark. He's 1 for 3 from the free throw line. To take his second of this pair by 31. Wycliffe second. Up and through. Cut deficit to 30. Checking in here is number 2, Soren Carr. Cade Wilson will bring the ball down. Just a sophomore, but definitely dominated on the JV team, that's for sure, and has a lot of speed. Some very good handles and very quick. Definitely uses it very well.
So Pons is in the game for the Hornets. First time seeing him since that first quarter when he picked up 3 early fouls. And then a great pass right there from Phillips into Dessenberger as he gets that bucket to go. 48-16 our score. Hornets into that man defense. They've run it for most of the time until they didn't run it for most of the first half until they started getting up a ton. That'll be Wilson's shot. It got blocked. Come the other way. Moses, a 3. He'll get that one to go. And a timeout called by the Goddard Lions. They're starting to find a little bit of rhythm, but they have a big deficit to come back from if they want to come back. Good defense is leading to the Hornets offense. And I don't know if I jinxed it when I said that the Hornets could break 80 on the night, and things kind of slowed down in that third quarter. But here in the fourth, if the Hornets keep up the pace, keep up the intense play, Dalrymple, no good on his first free throw. Gabe Phillips check in for the Hornets. But as I was saying, the Hornets are going to keep the intense ball up as refs are going to clean up wet. 5:5 left. Ball. Hornets holding on tightly to a 22-point lead.
Off the mark there from Dalrymple, but Josh Dessenberger grabs the board. On the arc it goes. Dribble at drive offense, a baseline cut from Dalrymple. Back in and out. A mid-range jumper there from Josh Dessenberger.
Love the ball movement from the Hornets. As we've talked about it most of this game, is that transition. They haven't ran a ton of offense, but when they do, a thing to notice, unlike in the past games, they're able to get it to their bigs, and the bigs are actually making some assists tonight. And you don't see that out of a lot of big men, but in this game, it's good. Like I said earlier, it's good to build confidence in this type of game. You have the lead. Starters have been in, for most of the game, but people like Braden Dalrymple and Cade Wilson don't have a ton of minutes on the season. They're getting valuable playing time, and Dalrymple really had a star second. Byrne, who has 4 threes on the night, got it to Dessenberger, and Dessenberger looked like he just tipped it in. Just batted it in from Dessenberger, but he'll get that bucket to go. Here come Wilson and the Hornets after the Wiley miss. Dalrymple drives in, floater, and off the mark. He'll bat down the ball. It'll be the Lion basketball. Number 2, Carr, checking back in. And then Laura checks in for number 10, Byrne.
And Dessenberger's post-production has been on fire tonight, through the roof. The best game by a Hornets postman so far this season with 12 points. Look at the tempo there. A drive from Lefevre, and Phillips just keeping his hands up, trying not to foul. Though he only has 1 on the night, but a bucket by Lefevre.
Mentioning Phillips only having 1 foul. He's been one of the players for the Hornets. He plays with such aggression, but he ends up fouling a lot of times. And tonight, seeing that he's kind of learned from that mistake, like I said earlier in the game, playing to the ref, he's doing a great job of that tonight. He'll take a turnaround jumper off the mark. Wickliffe, another rebound. He's done a great job as he's way undersized from Braden Gray and Josh Dessenberger, but he's gotten a lot of boards for the Lions tonight. Here's Carr off the mark on the 3. Wickliffe, another rebound. No good on his reverse layup. With 3:30 left in this ball game, Hornets holding on to a 20-point lead. Wilson going to drive in, go up with the left hand, off the mark. And here comes Carr. Carr all the way. Phillips will be called for a foul as going for the ball on the transition defense. That's his second personal. Here comes Carr shooting 2.
With his first. It's up and just a tad bit off the mark. Gets a 3 in this quarter and then a 3 in the second quarter as well. Checking in here for the Hornets, that's going to be number 32, Noah Simmons, and number 4, Marion Pons. Haven't seen much of either of them. Simmons been a star player for this JV team. Look to transition that into varsity next year, but 30-second timeout here with 3:11 remaining in this contest. We'll see you back here at Hornet Studios after a short commercial break. And we're back here. 3:11 remaining in this contest. Hornets ball here. Flora looks to inbound, but a three-man press. Gets it into Wilson, back to Flora, and they'll break the press with ease. Flora brings it down, running the point. Up an offense here. Failed handoff there. Lefevre on the transition. He's fouled there by Wilson, I believe it was. So layup, and Wilson will foul him. His second. Lefevre. Shoot two here. Had 2 on the quarter. 13 on the night. Make it 14 as he hits his first free throw. For 3 from the line. His second off the mark there. Good board by Simmons. Goes it down to Dalrymple, and Hornets just looking to waste time now as they have an 18-point. Have an abundance of time to get rid of. That dribble drive offense that takes up time. Pick and roll. Flora and Simmons. Flora looks to put up a layup. Doesn't work. He's triple teamed and off the mark there, but he will get 2 shots. Foul.
You know, Flora, a player who has gotten varsity minutes in the past, but this year he's really expanded his game as he makes his first free throw. He's able to knock down shots from the perimeter and get to the free throw line. Has a few turnovers here and there, but in all around, the development of Ray Flora has been fun to see this. Played football for the first year, second this year, and ended up becoming a starter. So this year in basketball, which he played for a long time, he's really grown as a human being and player in his senior year. It's been fun to watch him so far. Can't wait to see what he does later on. Braden Dalrymple hit a 3, and then he got the rebound right there. Got it to Wilson. He'll push the floor fast. Flora inside. Dalrymple going to try another 3, that time off the mark.
You're talking about Ray Flora, and he's not the only one that I've really seen change. All these seniors, this is a great senior class, and each one of them brings intensity and work ethic to the practice every day, and make sure to work hard and set an example for the young basketball players. And that's just great to see. This is a class of seniors who has really made an impact on this basketball program, and we're only 5 games through, so they can definitely make quite an impact through the course of the year.
And the big tournament, January Jam, here at Valley Center. The Hornets haven't won it in a long time as Marion Ponzo's sky high for that block. But they haven't seen a ton of success in that January Jam tournament. And this could be the team this year, as it's a very stacked tournament. But this team is the one team in Valley Center that could make a push for that first place. And wouldn't it be cool to win your own tournament, as it's one of the biggest tournaments in Kansas, really, for the midseason mark.
I looked the other day, and the Hornets are seated at 6 in there, and so quite an underdog story. But seeing to see if they pull it off, they definitely, as you said, Flora make one.
Checking in at the scores table, looks like he's gonna come in for shooter Flora. Is number 15, Hunter Stacy. Hasn't got to see the varsity floor yet, but he's a workhorse on JV and in practice. And ball's going to go out of bounds, and he will get his time in the varsity game. Here's Stacy. He is a knockdown perimeter shooter. Also can make crafty moves to get to the basket. As he goes in right there, passed it off to Simmons. Simmons will be going to the line, shooting 2 for the Hornets. That was Quickless foul. That's his 5th personal, so he'll be headed to the bench tonight. Good game from Wycliffe, as Moses checked in for him, and Wiley will check in for Lafear. Lafear, one of the few players that got the option on the Lions, so that he had most of the first points of the game, even though they only scored 13 in that half. It's a big part of their offensive success. And Noah Simmons makes that free throw. (69-42) our score. 35 seconds left. Inside his car, no good, off the mark. And the Hornets can just dribble it out right here. As Wilson will take a three. And it'll be Hornet ball underneath their own basket. And Stacy and company will dribble it out. And the Hornets will move on to 3-2 on the season. 69-42, the final score. A lot of good things to take away from this game, Caleb, tonight. What was your one big takeaway?
Continue every game to play high-intensity basketball, and they can win. They played high-intensity basketball in the first quarter, and they didn't do as much in the second half. I saw times runs where they did, but in the first half, they did an amazing job of executing high-intensity basketball. They played incredible on the defensive side of the floor, and then played incredible on transition. Most of their points came from transition, and that's why they dominated. That's why they played such a good first half. And if they can play full 4 quarters of high-intensity, high-paced basketball, then they can dominate this season. 69-42 is your final score, and your Hornets take a win in their first home game. That's going to be all from Hornet Studios. I'm Caleb Rose, and joined alongside by Austin Clash. We'll see you next time. Have a great night.